Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up? It's weird having myself on two screens. Oh god. Hi. It's been 3, 4 months? Question mark? It's been a bit. It's been a moment. It's been a while. Oops. Um, I need to cover which screen. I can't look at myself on two screens. It's too much. Ah. But yeah, it's been a bit. Um, I'm finished with uni now. That's the major update. Um, and also I made myself a new little outfit. Because it's very quick with this model to make new outfits, honestly. Um, how am I? Um, I don't know. I'm recovering, I think. It was a very harsh few weeks there for a moment. I had like a full month and a half of just constant stress all the time, and now it's all gone and I don't know what to do with myself. So, yeah, that's how that's going. Hopefully, I hope you guys can hear the music correctly. I decided not to put headphones in because I don't like wearing headphones and I didn't want to wear them. Because they're kind of a pain and I don't have wireless ones. You can hear the music? Good. Okay. That's fine then. I was just a bit worried. um, but yeah. Um, I have here some stuff to work on. Um, and I just figured I'm not doing anything else. I might as well pop on stream and show face, you know, after several months. Um, but yeah. Uh, Stuff has been happening. I had my degree show. That was like a week and a half long for some reason. Um, and that's over, and I have all my shit back. And I have to still deal with some stuff with that, but it's mostly just waiting right now. Um, for Sum Up to not be a bitch. Give me the money, Sum Up. Give it. Give it to me. I need it. I need to pay people. Um, I tried selling prints for the first time and it went alright, all things considered. I wasn't really expecting to sell much, so I sold more than expected, honestly. Um, for a degree show shop that was very last minute set up. Um, and I learned some things about printing. It was a learning experience, at the very least, if nothing else. Um, You're half tempting to commission me for some stream assets should you decide to go down that route. I should be opening commissions in a few days. Question mark? I'm not entirely sure. I'm still working some stuff out. I say as I do absolutely nothing. No, I need to like do some last checks for stuff and figure a few things out. But I am planning on opening commissions soon. We're also now reminded of a comic artist that's been having a bad day with a printer of a rich black printing. Ugh. What I found out was that Magenta's a bitch to print. And also, printing any print with a really dark skinned character is a nightmare to get correct. Because, oh my god, why did the colors mix like that? And why does it depend on the quality of the printer itself? That kinda is annoying. Just one of the characters is literally just a shadowy blob. Yeah, yeah, that tracks. Um, yeah, I've learned some lessons. Um, yeah, I can imagine it's been a mess. I didn't mean to do that. What? Oh yeah, I should probably actually say like what I'm doing here. Um, it's a ref sheet from one of my D&D characters. Which literally has the final session as next session. It's taken that long. But this is Hako. He's my, little 13-year-old, um, Moon Druid. I don't know why I forgot that for a second. And we're literally just next session is the last session. It's taken this long for me to get around to lighting this thing. I didn't have time. And I kind of also forgot about it. I have several more ref sheets for characters that aren't even being actively played anymore because their campaigns have completely finished. You know, that'll be fun. I am gonna miss, I am gonna miss my campaign, definitely. It was always gonna be a shorter one, because they have to be around that length for my D&D society. And we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming up, so it was like, yeah, that tracks. And maybe he'll finally not be dying actively, which would be nice. Make the boy healthy again, because he hasn't had that. But yeah, I'm mostly doing this for art fight reasons, though, to be honest. Always sad to see a campaign end. Yeah, it is. Sometimes, I mean, I've had campaigns that I've looked forward to the ending more than others. The campaign I was in last year, I mean, it was fun for a while, but it got so chaotic that it became, like, emotionally draining to play it. And so when we finally reached the end, it was kind of like, oh, thank fucking god, it's finally over. We've been trying to end this thing for months. But yeah, it's sad to see things come to an end, but it was always coming. You have to do more regular art practice. It does help. Just as long as don't do what I do and destroy your hand over it, because at this point I have given up on preventing that. Because it's already too little too late. You know, be careful with your hand, but regular art practice is good. Yes, stream. For once. How long has it been? I actually don't know exactly. I think the last time I streamed was in like January. Maybe February? Maybe? I don't... Which was it? Good question. I don't know. I was just kind of dead for a while. I disappeared off the face of the earth, and that was kind of it. 4 months ago. It was 4 months ago. But yeah, it has been a hot minute. I had a few times that I wanted to stream in that period, but it was like not very practical to do so. Or I didn't have the time, or I was really fucking busy. I was just like, oh. I was actually wanting to stream on Saturday, and then I got a migraine for the first time ever, which was really shitty timing. Shitty timing, for sure. And I hope to God I never have that happen again. I did not enjoy that. It was not a good time. Starting a couple of new campaigns? Ooh. Ooh. I hope they go well. I'm always like half tempted to be like, can I join? But it's like, no, I can't handle more than 2 campaigns at a time. I can't. It's not feasible. The campaigns that you're in are going. Oh, because you had 2 groups decide the system was not playable. We're running like 3. Because I hyperfixate on my characters a lot. So if I have more than like 2, I can't. Because I always end up prioritizing one of them. Like because honestly, like, I love Hako, I do, but I do hyperfixate more on Coda a lot. If you look very closely, you can see the rails beneath the boat the party rides around. Honestly, I mean, I've had campaigns where there was zero railroading, and honestly, that kind of changed my mind on whether or not railroading was bad, because it was like, no, this game needed some fucking railroading. Shit, dog. I- Sometimes it's necessary. It is very necessary sometimes. And I learned that somewhat the hard way, and also the hilarious way. And the emotionally draining way. But not bad per se, but if it's literally all we can do, then boy is it fun. Yeah, that's when it's not great. I feel like railroading is like, if you need to sort of circle back to what you actually want the campaign to be, that's fine. That's fair. But stopping people from doing stuff, yeah. Or, well, not... I shouldn't say it like that. It's a bad way to phrase it. So that's not what I mean. It was more so outright controlling the player's reactions and actions and outcomes completely. That's not great. I don't enjoy that. Hey kids, let's go to the elemental plane of fire. Oh boy, do we get to explore? No, stay on the boat. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah. Not the best. I feel like there's ways of railroading where it's a lot more subtle, though, where it's like, yeah, if you can do it well and not noticeably, it's like, you can gently guide players back to where you want them to go with, like, suggestions. You can do that. That's technically railroading, but it's fine because you don't notice it, I feel like. It's like, yeah, heavy implications of you should go there. It's perfectly reasonable, I think. You know? And then there's my character that wants straight up dish the party once. Oh boy. I try not to have my characters outright ditch the party. I will, because the party scared him. There's been a few moments with Coda that sometimes I'm like, do I have to give the party a scare? do I? And sometimes. But, you know, I try to at least somewhat mold my characters to the other members of the party enough to like fit into it, you know? If with some abrasiveness, because I like abrasive characters. I think those are fun to an extent. Obviously within reason. If you're being a dick, that's another thing entirely. But although there's fun ways to be a dick. Virial was a dick, but he was actively helping the party. If only because it happened to fit in within his own needs. And he was actually manipulating them all, but they went with it. He barely had to push them. Meanwhile, my character tends to be just me taking a bit and running with it. I want to get back to the adopted a house full of cats character I had. I mean, that's a completely fair way of doing characters, I feel like. I think... because I usually do have a bit going to some extent. Even when it's a serious character, I'll have a bit of an ongoing bit. Like with Coda, ever since the first session, he's had like a really major death glare. He has a +11 to intimidation now. And it's just like his go-to thing. If he doesn't like something, is he'll just death glare, and it's like, you feel like you're dying. You feel like you're about to die. Because, like, there's only... even if I roll a nat 1, you know, I'll still score a 12 on the intimidation check. So it's like, even if I roll really low, there's still like a solid intimidation going there. I don't know if I can physically raise it any higher. My character has been painted as an active danger to the party since session 1. This is, of course, entirely by DM description. Of course. That explains the Animal Crossing. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. It's just like a thing. But he's actually kind of like a huge softie, and he's actually more scared of everyone else in the party than they are of him. Not in like the sense that he finds them scary, but in the sense that he's scared that they're gonna leave. Because he has abandonment issues. He has a lot of issues. He just wants to gamble, for God's sake. Yeah, I don't know. My first character, like, the entire thing with the character, like, the main primary joke was that she fought with a mop. Really well. And also that she had, like, insane OCD. And would get very aggressive whenever it was triggered. And apparently that was very memorable to, that DM. Because she's, like, one of the few that he actually remembers the name of. Sounds like her fights were a clean sweep. I mean, kind of. Like, she at one point, one of the other party members got her a glaive that had a mop on the end, that gave her like an extra 5-foot reach, and also had like a +1 to attack, if I remember correctly. And she proceeded to immediately forget that it was now a glaive and not a mop, and did a sweeping attack, and nat 20 to cut off a guy's leg, and then everyone panicked for like the next hour in real time, trying to figure out what to do about it. Because we were supposed to be the good guys. Yeah, she was fun. I do a lot of things differently with her now. I'm also thinking about a multiversal Zelda game I'm in. One of the characters is a Bob-omb. I see. Interesting. I'm trying to think about how that would work. Because I feel like I'd be worried about the character just dying immediately in combat. Not even from the enemies. Interesting. I'm not sure how much of this. I know there was a whole homebrew write-up for it. That tracks. That tracks completely, yeah. That does track. I don't know how much of this I want to get done during the stream. I feel like I just want to get the line art done, I think. Although I guess it wouldn't take long to get the black colors done too. Figure it out. Beep, boop, boop. I do have an idea for a character I want to play soon. I don't want to say what it is right now, because there's so much of it that's like, I'd have to discuss a lot of things with the DM to make it work. Figure shit out. Also know I saw a write-up for a race based on Entitled Goose Game. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's gotta be great. That can only be so chaotic. Entitled Goose Familiar is my next character. We'd love to see it. Love to see it. You gotta cause problems at all times. Be gay, do crimes. Nothing else. What to think of it? I don't think I've had a straight character in D&D yet. I think I'm yet to have a straight character. I'm just like, no, none of you are straight. Not a single one of you. No one. Also trying to set up a one-shot where the players are making characters like they were 14-year-old fanfic writers. Oh boy. I like that. And I'm Ace, I don't give a shit about my characters' love lives. I don't know, I feel like sometimes it's fun. I don't like forcing a romance. It's like it often won't happen. But like Coda and one of the other player characters, Audrius, like they were like as soon as Audrius was like joining the game, because we had to link in their backstories anyway because the other player already knew Coda's stuff. Or most of it anyway. Yeah, we ended up being like, and they fucked. Definitely 100% they have a thing. At least in the past. Unsure if it would actually happen in game, with Coda's missing memories. And then it did, and we were like, fucking finally. Because literally everyone in game, all the other players, like, immediately caught on to the dynamic. Just because we managed to get them to work so well together. That it was very, very clear that something was going on between the two, even though Coda physically couldn't remember it and was not aware of it. Which is quite funny. I feel like that's worked out quite well. Like, usually I'll give my characters a sexuality, but it won't always, like, come into importance in any kind, you know? Most of the time they end up being either bi or pan. Viral was gay. He was very specifically, gay. And that was really important for him as a character because that was literally the way that he isolated people to murder them. Like, you know, that played quite a big role for him. But like, Amadia, I think I had her sort of ace slash bi, like, at a push. But it wasn't important. I only had to come up with it because the DM was like, hey, I kind of need to know this. Now I'm thinking about the Kickstarter I saw for the King Homebrew 5e supplement. I mean, some games, I mean, it depends on the game, I suppose. Fucking why not? But, you know, Akko, I mean, he's 13, so I didn't even bother to think about it, because, like, nah, I don't need to think about it. It's not gonna come up ever. So, no. Can't help but just go, why? Why not? It's for the bards. For the bards and the tieflings, okay? I'm trying to think. Angel, or ideally rather, it only came up for her because stuff happened in campaign. And I had to make a very quick decision on it during the game on like what her sexuality would be if she wasn't super extremely repressed due to religion. It was like, she's definitely a hyper-closeted lesbian who doesn't even realize that. For sure. Partially because the other players were goading me into that, but I also just thought that was quite funny. I was just like, yeah. 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 But most of the time it hasn't really come up. I mean, it'll maybe come up like once in a campaign, I feel like. Out of stretch. But yeah, I don't like forcing romance stuff. And a lot of the time I don't like doing it. I don't like doing it suddenly. I enjoy it with Flushy, who plays Audius, because we had set it up from the beginning. So it's kind of just us taking like two dolls and smushing their faces together. Like, now kiss! Kiss! I don't- oh. My hands here, and it just makes my model freak out. Didn't even realize that. That's funny. Wonder why. Good to know, I guess. I don't usually have the camera. Well, no, I usually have the camera set up there, but it hasn't really. I've never accidentally blocked it like that. Just, oh my god, I'm just trying to fix my hair. Jeez. It's a little awkward because I suppose my drawing tablet is also kind of in the way of it. So it just peeks over it, so if I block, like, anything. Oh yeah, Cello. Cello's chilling. Cello's enjoying stuff. He's vibing. Yeah. He's there. He's there. Yeah? You saying hi? And now he's silent again. He gets embarrassed whenever I talk to him directly. And then as soon as I turn my attention away from him, he chirps up again. Yeah. He's just chilling there. He's grinding his beak. And enjoying the fact that I'm talking to the void, which is his favorite activity. He loves when I talk to the computer because he thinks I'm talking to him. My bird's like a cat? Yeah, actually kind of. A little bit. He's like a very skittish cat. But he does do things on his own, like to the beat of his own drum. He's still cage bound. I've been trying to work on it, but I can't get him to want to come out, and I don't want to force him too much, which is kind of the problem. Got the same sort of I am the most important creature in the world vibe. It's not that, it's just because he considers me as part of his flock. Like when I leave the room, sometimes he'll chirp goodbye to me. Not like actually saying it, because he can't actually mimic. Not my voice anyway. But like he'll come up to watch me leave specifically and chirp at me. Sometimes he'll get upset if I'm in another room too long. Because he can't see me. And so he's like, where are you? Especially if he can hear me. And he's just like, what are you doing there? No, come back. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it Most important creature in the world vibe. It's just kind of what birds do. Mortimer's worse. Mortimer's worse for it. He does not care if there's another person in the room. He will just fucking go. Well, I mean, if there's... I suppose it's more so with Mortimer, like, you don't have to be talking. As long as you are there and he knows you're there, he will go fucking insane. He's so loud. So fucking loud. And he has, like, kind of verbal tics, I suppose, in a way. As a lot of birds that mimic do. We call it his alarm. He has like a very repetitive, I guess it's kind of like a song, but it's not really. It's like he's trying to sing, but like he's just repeating the same noises over and over again for like 2 minutes straight, so we just call it his alarm. And he is much worse. Chell is just kind of cute about it, like, just cutely chirping along and enjoying the noise. And then Mortimer is just an absolute menace. That's kind of how it goes. Okay. The easiest way for me to do this is this, which I tend to do, because it just makes things a lot faster. To just trace over it the other way. Trace or erase over. It's much easier to keep things consistent. I've been really trying to figure out what the hell I'm actually supposed to be doing now that I'm free from uni. It's like, yeah, apply for jobs, obviously. Or try to go work in some capacity. Take over the world? Yeah, that's an option. It's on the table. I've been, like, considering, like, oh, should I take animation commissions? Like, I could, but I don't know how to price those. Because my issue is that, like, well, if I'm doing animation, I feel like I'd want to do it by hour. Which is feasible for, like, proper freelance work, but it's like, well, if I'm doing a commission, I'd rather take payment up front. You know? So I genuinely have no idea how to price that. I've been trying to figure it out, but I don't know. I don't know anything. I know nothing. Oh, that went really thick. Yay, future? Yeah. Oh, that kind of reminds me, actually. I got my degree classification, like a week and a half ago. Question mark? About that. So I know what my degree classification is. because I basically have. I just haven't had graduation ceremony yet. It's pretty much the only thing. And we got it literally like right before the industry night for our degree show, which was very, it was so well timed. Wow, didn't need that anxiety right then or anything. I don't know why we weren't even supposed to get it then, we just did. It was like a full day early. It was just like, hey, here you fucking go. Yeah, so I found out that I somehow managed to get first class honors. I don't know how, because I thought it would average out to like a second class, which I was fine with. And then I got a first, and I was like, oh, okay. Cat impression. Meanwhile, I do it quite as well. Like, that's fast I got right now. It's been a minute. I need to warm it up again. I need to warm up the cat. Faye needs to work on her impressions. It's been a bit. No. Can't get it. That's so bad. What the hell? That's a bit better. Anyway. But anyway, what I was saying was, yeah, I don't know. I was kind of numb about it when I got it, partially because I was already, like, fucking completely emotionally exhausted. Emotionally and physically exhausted. I was running off of a bit of a limited amount of sleep. But, I don't know. I'm happy with it, but I'm also kind of like, it doesn't matter. I would have been happy with a second class. I was fully gearing up for a second class. It's what I was expecting, and then this is not what happened. And it would matter significantly more if I was planning on doing a master's, but I can't do this shit anymore. I'm done with it. I'm over it. I never want to write anything again. I'm good. I was considering it, and then I finished my dissertation. I was like, nope, 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 nope. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Oh. Not like it's necessary. I didn't even need a degree for animation in the first place. I mean, I don't regret getting it, but like, functionally, not necessary. You know? So, it's like, I'm not doing more. I can't do more school. I'm done with it. That's it. That's me. You know? I feel like you just get to that point. Just like I'm done with it. I need to move on. Just it was really the dissertation that was the one that was like, nope, I can't continue. Like, if it wasn't the fact that I would have to do another big-ass essay, yeah, maybe I'd do it. But I can't. I just can't. Not anymore. Like, that's 7,000 words. Never again. That took everything out of me. Oh. Just realize this. Anyway. That's fine. I feel like I need to work up my conversational tolerance again. It's been so long. I feel like I can't maintain concentration on talking in stream for quite as long anymore. Get distracted, I'm like, I have no idea how long I'll actually stream this for, to be honest. Because there's nothing that I need to wake up for. I could, in theory, just keep fucking going. For as long as I want. Until I get too tired. Because usually I would cap it at like 4 hours, maybe 5, if that. But I'm free. There's no real reason for me to do that. If I don't want to. I'm also trying to like loosen up a bit in general. I feel like I stress myself out over a lot of stuff that really I don't need to stress out about. Like just arbitrary rules that I set myself that I really don't need to for stuff like this. So I'm trying to loosen it up. Loosen it up a little bit. Also just generally, I don't know, I feel like I'm either gonna do like a lot of art this month, June, or fucking nothing. There's not gonna be any in between, really, so it's kinda like, huh? I mean, right now it's looking like I'm probably gonna draw a lot, because I literally just don't have anything else to do. Aside from play Tears of the Kingdom. But even then, I have a limit. Sometimes I need to do something else. But I also feel like I'm just gonna fucking sleep a lot, honestly. But I want to build up, like, some prints, or potential prints, for con stalling, because I want to do that. I think that would be fun. And exhausting, but fun. Because selling stuff is actually not all that difficult. Because while I was away, I actually, I was doing stewarding for a con at one point. Just one day. It was like a one-day long con. And I volunteered to do some stewarding for it, because it was local. So I was like, yeah, why not? I feel kind of bad if I didn't, because I physically can, you know? You know, I was staffing one of the con shops, the merch table that it had. It was mostly just staring ahead for 3 hours. And I did the same with the degree show shop, which was much of the same. I was like, okay, this isn't actually that difficult. I could totally just do this. Like, no issue. I mean, maybe with someone else there, which, yeah, probably. It's not really great to have a single person at a table all day, just because you kind of need someone to watch your stuff if you need to go to the bathroom or something. I was like, yeah, I could totally do this. Probably not as like a full career thing by itself, but might be fun. Good work. Who knows? I want to build up some stock because all of my old fan art, I think it's just kind of shit. And I don't like it anymore. Why is my Twitch reconnecting to chat? What are you doing? What are you doing, Twitch? Why are you doing that? Why weren't you... Why did it do that? Okay. Hold on. I don't know. But... just stuff that I think about and consider. I don't know, words. But as that con is local, I feel like that would probably be the most feasible one to do. Probably. I also wanna get through some of my games backlog, because holy shit. Holy shit, I need to get through some of those. It's real bad. I feel like I need to have it this way. There's so many games just sitting there, waiting to be played. It's just like, I should probably play those. People got me them. I want to play them when well, it was when I have time, and now I have time, I suppose. I need to like double check all of my commission pricing, so. Because I do need to make sure it actually reflects the fact that I, you know, need to eat and pay for stuff. A lot more now. If I'm gonna rely on it in any capacity for my income. So, I need to do another check before I open them again, just to make sure that they will actually work. That's a concern. And figure out how to price stuff. Yippee. hand. I feel like, I don't know, in theory, I can now stream like fucking whenever the hell I want. In theory. Pretty much. I'm not sure how much I can handle. um, how much I want to. Because I could try and focus on it. If only to have stuff to do. But, I don't know. There's only so much I can take. Many thoughts. I have many thoughts and no solid plan. If I'm being completely honest. Which I don't think is abnormal. I don't think it's exactly rare for people to come out of college or university not really having a plan and just kind of like seeing what happens. I feel like that's the norm for the most part. So I don't feel too bad about it. I'm just kind of like a little nervous, I suppose. Just like, oh shit, it's real now. I didn't think I'd get this far. It's kind of the feeling, I think. I feel like line work is maybe not the most exciting to watch. I don't know. I don't know. From your guys' perspective, I suppose. Maybe. It's a bit quieter because sometimes I need to just be like, okay, what am I actually doing? And I'll just go silent. Oh. Hold on. That needs to be accounted for. What am I doing? Procrastinating doing the boots, that's what I'm doing. I don't want to. Oh, I just accidentally renamed that. Oh well, whatever. I didn't even know I could do that. Like that. What did I even click? I don't know. I don't know how I did that. I must have accidentally double clicked it or something. I don't know. Who knows? I'll say, it was a very strange feeling over the degree show. For people to actually be watching the film I've spent literally the last year and a half working on and like complimenting it and stuff, and just being like, yeah, cool. Well, thank you. I died for it. I struggled. I didn't quite bleed, but I'm sure I got close. Actually, no, I probably did, like, chew my nails from anxiety enough for it to bleed at least once. So maybe I did bleed for it. Who could say? But kinda wild. I don't know. That was an odd one to experience. Just like, yeah, I did that. I sure did do that. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. It doesn't need to match up. Although I kind of want it to see me again. Oh, thank you. Quite nice to actually have time to stream for once. I missed it. I really did miss it. Just nice. Even if I'm maybe not the best suited to streaming, if I'm honest. But it's fun, at the very least. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh. Oh, I don't even think this shows up. Never mind. I do have. I actually. I've put it off for so long, but I have a model I need to write for myself, not for anyone else. Obviously, I wouldn't put off a commission like that, because that's not good. That's bad practice if I did that. But I have a model that I actually made before I made these ones. Before I made the Toon model, I made another model. But I haven't gone around to bringing it, because obviously it's like a full model. It'll take significantly longer to rig, so I just haven't had time. And I keep remembering, like, I should probably rig that. I should probably rig that. I should probably rig that. And then I don't. And that's just kind of how it is, I feel like. But, you know, I feel like I definitely haven't like shown this one fully, actually, especially like this new outfit. It's very much based on that V4 model's outfit. It's not exactly the same, but based on it. And you can tell. Maybe I'll show it off in better detail at some point. I get the sizing right again. What if I just... Hi. Just... Yeah, what if I blocked the whole screen real quick? Or like half the screen? I guess it cuts me off on this one. Just because of the way I've done it. But just take up like a massive amount of space for no reason. It's not like my it's not like my overlay already takes up a pretty major amount of space, huh? That's not the case at all. At all whatsoever. I want to play around with the model a lot more. I've only gone to do it off stream, really. I have like I have like a couple models I've literally only used on stream like once. I feel like I think I only used that second outfit for V5 once, maybe twice. And the furry model I know I only used once. Even though I quite like that one. But well, in theory. Yeah, I can get this up without it showing up now, because I'm using Spout for the VTube Studio Capture now. Because they switched to that being like their main one. And it doesn't capture the thing. It doesn't capture the interface at all. Which is really nice. Very nice. But like I can really easily switch now. Without worrying about there's a moth on my wall. That sure is a moth. Like I could just switch however I want now and not have to worry about the interface, which is quite cool. Quite fun to play with. This one I've only used a few times. Hi, it's me, Big Nabby. In the steampunk outfit thing, I guess. Ahahaha. My awkward hat rigging, because hats are fucking impossible to rig. Or rig in a way that works well with bangs like this. Can like really easily switch. Quite nice. I have this one, which is the... You've probably seen... Oh, wait. There we go. Here we go. This free to use one. I don't really plan on using this one on stream much. Maybe if I stream Mori again, I'll use it. I grabbed this one because I think it's cute and it's fun to play with. Minecraft one. Yeah. Minecraft. If I ever play Minecraft on stream again. I suppose. This one's funny though. I quite enjoyed this one. I don't know how the hell they managed to rig it, but they sure did. They sure did manage to. Quite impressive. This outfit is like the actual main one for this model. I think it actually suits it a bit more, to be honest. I don't know. Just because it is actually made for it. Anyway. I can so easily change models now, and you guys don't have to see the awful interface. Well, it's not an awful interface, but I don't like it showing up, you know? And now I don't have to worry about it, which is quite nice. I also at some point want to stream playing Final Fantasy XIV because I want to get into it, but it's so hard to get past basically the entire introductory areas because they're really not the most fun. Really boring first part, and like allegedly it gets way better later, but it's just like it's so hard to get through this part though. I've tried like 3 separate times and I can never keep going long enough. So I feel like I need to dream my way through some of it. Maybe grab a friend to play with me. Just get through some of it. You know? I have stuff I want to do. I don't know how feasible doing stuff is. I'm hoping I might be able to do stuff. To put it simply, I want to do stuff. I didn't mean to erase that line. That. Oops. Alright. Delete that. New one again. Gonna bother me otherwise. I think that's all correct and in order. The ham might be a bit small though. Maybe. Yeah. I think it is. A bit. At least it looks like it. That's enough of an excuse for me. Let's do this side profile. The way it actually draws hair has kind of changed since I sketched this, apparently. So now draw that outward bits sticking out instead of in. Don't know when that changed. Not that it matters, but it matters to me. The detail matters to me. I'm sitting is apparently not capturing that particularly well. Or at least the position I was sitting in. This actually just realized I feel like this isn't particularly well calibrated. I just want it to not close my eyes completely when I look down at my tablet. That would be ideal. I think it was calibrated for me to just be messing around with it. Oops. Yeah, I'm really glad that I decided to test the sound from my microphone before I started stream. Because there was a massive fucking echo because it still had the default mic slash aux thing active for some reason. Even though I couldn't actually see it or mess with it at all. Because my SSD. Wait. I set up all of my OBS stuff from scratch. And it does that now, apparently. Just adds shit in as default. With desktop audio and microphone audio. It makes it very difficult to take it away. I didn't even fucking notice it, and it almost caused a massive echo issue I wouldn't have known about. Oop. But I caught it because I decided to do that. It was actually to check the music balancing. It's like, what? Why is it echoing? What's it echoing with? Oh. So I'm very glad I did that. Check your sound settings. Note to self. Because I used to do it like every stream, because I was trying to get it to work correctly for a good while. My audio was like consistently shit and I couldn't get it to work properly with that old microphone. It was so crunchy. I was continuously trying to fix it until I just replaced the fucking microphone. But I stopped messing with it consistently once I've managed to get it how I wanted it with the new microphone. So I'm very glad I decided today was the day to check. Damn, that would have been really annoying, huh? I was just echoing. Echo, 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 echo. I wonder what the art fight theme for this year is gonna be, because I haven't made any like public announcements on it. I'm not on the Discord or anything, because I don't like joining big Discords. But I'm kind of like, what's going on? I haven't seen any news on it anywhere. I'm kind of like, eh? No. Just no. 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 Incorrect. I want to change the background music. I'm a bit bored of this one. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? What am I actually on? one that is. I think it's the same one. I think it's literally the same one. Oops. You? Good. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's still Breath of the Wild music, but... different collection of it. Well, the other one is just Legend of Zelda music, broadly, I think. Surprised the dog hasn't barged through yet. I'm really surprised. I was kind of expecting him to barge in at some point. Probably check that the bathroom door is closed though. Might be an idea. But I kinda don't want to get up at the same time. Do, 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 do. Why is my model leaning like that? Stop it. Leggy. Really doesn't matter where these little thingies go. Follow your heart. I like just doing follow your heart rules for reference sheets. It's just like, yeah, doesn't matter. Do it at random. Whatever works. Kind of moves me kind of weird if I'm looking down while I try to play. VTube Studio gets a little confused about it. Oh, what's that? Nice looking line art. Thank you. That's not what I want. I'm very confused there for a second. I don't know why. Oh, whoa. Should have probably checked that first. Bad. Just very quickly color it. Won't take too long. Funky two-colored hair. Tiny little gaps don't really matter, because they won't be visible. And funkier three-color eyes. I'll stop moving into that little space there. Oops. Wrong layer entirely. Gotta love it. Oh, what I wanted. He actually has a scar there now. Just barely poking out. All the way down here. Well, big fuck off scar. Wait. Very small fix. Oh shit, I forgot his... I forgot his turtleneck and side profile. I'll manage that one. Yes. My bad. I may be stupid. It should be the same color. Oh, no. Mhm. Oh, I missed that hand. Oops. Oh, don't do that. Jeez. Yeah, I want to make sure. I can do my little thingy. There. Maybe not in that font though. That's my handwriting font. That one? Maybe? Perhaps? Lightly hide that. There we go. That's that. That's that done. What time is that? 11 p.m. Cool. I can continue on after exporting this. Yeah, you can't see my file. This is the important part. Oh, only that many kilobytes? Damn. That's kind of surprising, actually. Expecting a bit more. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot something very important. Which was to give him, not dead eyes. There we go. That's better. Let me export that. Okay. There we go. What is going on with my connection? The hell? My Wi-Fi can be a bit weird sometimes, especially recently. I don't know. Sometimes it just drops for no real reason. I'm just like, why? Why though? Rather rude. I don't quite appreciate it. It makes things a bit difficult. It's not as bad as it used to be, at least. But a little annoying. Maybe. And then I have this. Which I am going to go to the bathroom before I start working on this. Real quick. So, give me a moment. Okay, I'll return. I had to close the bathroom door real quick. Just in case. Just because the dog can be a little funky with stuff sometimes. And I don't trust him one bit. Thank you. I should actually probably put Hello to bed. Hello needs to go to bed. 12 p.m. There we go. Hello in bed. Me back from the bathroom. The dog not taking a shit in the bathroom. Hopefully. I don't know when he's gonna decide to barge in. He probably will at some point. Or maybe he's just really sad because my flatmate isn't here. That could also equally be the case. Anyway. But yeah, got a good look at that sketch. Wowee. Huggy thing? Whatever it's called. Knitting? I don't know, it's something like that. It's getting a bit chillier. Oh, actually, wait, I should probably grab my reference stuff. That would be important. The art book and the amiibo I've been using as reference because it makes it a lot easier, as it turns out, than looking stuff up. Because not all of it is online yet. I'll just put that there for now. Oh, wait, stabilizer. That would help. Stabilizer would definitely help. Might be a bit far over. A bit far. I saw a thing a few days ago of transphobes finding a bunch of trans Link headcanon art for Breath of the Wild Link specifically. And be like, no, he's the height of masculinity. This is what he's meant to represent. He's meant to represent peak masculinity. Stop transing him. I was just sitting there like, are we talking about the same character? Because that is not how I would describe Link in Breath of the Wild. At all, whatsoever. But that was kind of funny. I don't... Link. Peak of masculinity. Yeah, this fucking twink. This twink who willingly wears and enjoys wearing more feminine clothing and has done so multiple times. That Link. Peak of masculinity. Totally. Definitely. Like, I could see it with some versions of Link, but Breath of the Wild Link? No. No. That's just delusional. Like, we're not looking at the same fucking character. Clearly. It's just such wild shit. Just like, why is it so bad for people to make trans headcanons exactly? It's not hurting you. It wasn't even like they were outwardly, like the art wasn't supposed to be like specifically doing that. It was really just like a subtle detail was that they did top surgery scars. That was it. It just latched on. Jeez. Can't have fun, apparently. The trans headcanon police are coming out in droves. Oh no. Oh, whatever will we do? Eco-masculinity, they say. It's weird. Weird. I don't know what the hell they were looking at, but we weren't looking at the same character, that's for sure. I've had a sore throat like all day today, and I don't know why. I don't know if I should keep an eye on it or not, or if it's just like stress-based or something. Like, just because of everything finishing up. Or what? I don't know. Sore throat gang, rise up. Oh no, do you have a sore throat as well? Ah. I don't know though. It was more so like my lymph nodes were kind of like I could feel them and I wasn't, I don't know. They're not like, well, no. One of them on my neck is a little swollen, I think. I did see some like weird stuff in my throat. But to be honest, my throat is like permanently irritated, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I should put too much stock in that if I'm not feeling totally unwell at this point. But I don't like including the back of the throat. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's quite as funny looking. Been pushing yourself way too hard recently, so I think my body is finally telling me to stop working out so much. Yeah, that's fair. That would do it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's my body just kind of like crashing into itself now that everything's over. I mean, I did already have like a couple of days where I was kind of crashed. Like I had to miss like my first D&D session that I've missed in like a solid few years of playing because I was just too fucking exhausted after. I didn't pull an all-nighter, but like I was running off of like 4 hours of sleep and it'd be like several nights in a row. It turns out 6 AM workouts to regular day to 8 PM workouts are tough. Who knew? Ugh. Yeah, I mean... Oof. Yeah. I probably get back into working out again, because I only stopped because I sprained/broke my ankle, if you guys remember when I did that. If you guys remember when that happened. But I never got back into doing it. I feel like I probably should. I don't know. But I don't wanna. lazy. To be honest, I've been walking quite a lot recently anyway. Although I don't know if I'm gonna be doing that anywhere near as much now. I don't really have anywhere to walk to. But who knows? Make sure I don't strain myself. Yeah, I know. I have to be careful when I exercise anyway, because if I do hard exercise when I haven't eaten, I will straight up pass out. And I found that out the hard way. That was not a fun time. I didn't like quite pass out, but I nearly passed out, and I was like, okay, note to self, don't do that. Never again. That was a bad decision. No working out on an empty stomach. It only took like 2 minutes too, as well. But I haven't had that issue when I'm just casually walking, luckily. So. And it would have come up by now, because I literally like never eat in the morning, so. It would have come up by now. If it was gonna be an issue. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to try and get back into exercising again. Properly. Out the way, Link. I'll do. Funny face. I quite enjoy it. Especially considering Link is so stoic in the actual game. But I see those fucking gloom hands and I'm just like, nope. Nah. I will never fight those fuckers on the ground, I swear. I haven't actually gotten hit by one yet, because I'll just immediately either teleport away because I don't want to deal with it, or I'll just stand on top of something until it either despawns or I actually fight it. And it does not take long for them to despawn, as I found out the other day. It literally takes like 20 seconds before they just get too mad and just go. They have zero patience, and it's quite funny, in my opinion. Like, they will really just fuck off like that. They're acting so tough. Of course Link is stoic, he's so manly after all. Yeah. So manly. I actually like to- I saw a thing of like, oh, Link is just non-verbal autistic, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. No. I believe that. Mans is just... he's just quiet. I need to at some point psych myself up to explore, like, dedicatedly explore the depths more because I'm so scared of them. Like, they're really cool, but I'm constantly just like, what is that? What is that? No. And I feel like I should just, like, make a fucking car and just run over everything and not worry about it. You know? I feel like that's the way to go. To explore the depths. It's like, nope. But same time, I very much like having a bit more control. Although, of course, I do now know that the light roots are connected to the bottom of shrine, so I could just be like, okay, there's gonna be a light root there. That's where I need to go. Okay. You know, now that I know that. The idea of Lincoln. Shut up, Creative Cloud. The idea of Lincoln makeshift cars and rockets is so funny. Some of the shit I've seen people making is like on the same level as people who can do fucking redstone in Minecraft. I'm just like, just go get a fucking engineering degree for figuring that out. What the hell? Like, I saw someone, someone made a flying machine that switched between being electric powered and zonite powered. And so it would just infinitely go up every time you ran out of zonite charge. Switch to electricity until you recharge enough and then continue. So like it just doesn't, it just keeps going. I was just like, who the fuck are you to be figuring this shit out? Stop it. I can barely make a functioning car. What the hell? To be honest, I haven't done much vehicle creation in the game yet. Because I've only recently found somewhere I can actually get control sticks. So I'm still building up my collection of materials to actually competently make stuff and still have materials. So at some point, I suppose maybe when I get to like, the desert area maybe. Because that's like a massive flat plains. Or maybe I'll go back to Hyrule Fields at some point and just fuck around and make stuff. I did accidentally at one point launch a fucking Korok while trying to, I was legitimately trying to get it down a pretty steep mountain faster on a makeshift car. And then I lost control of the car. And we both went flying and it just kept going. You know. So, maybe I am not to be trusted with these things. You know? That's my conclusion. It's just like, perhaps I'm not very good at this. I'm very bad at steering in the game, honestly. I think that was kind of my primary issue. I was going too fast and I couldn't control the car. And there went the Korok. I got it back, but I nearly drowned. Hey, Walrus. 1 year! Pog! Poggers. Thank you, thank you. Very good. Yeah. Oh, not long, jeez. I do want to try and stream a bit more consistently again now that I'm completely free. The neat thing about having this amiibo is I don't need to, like, go search for, art. The official art. I can just physically maneuver the amiibo. So I can see details, which is quite nice, to be honest. I appreciate it. It's not what I intended to get the amiibo for, but I mean, I've used it more for that than I have actually in the game. I used it once in game, and I was like, these drops are not the best. I can't really be bothered doing this every day if it's only gonna give me that. Damn. I don't even have the Hylian shirt yet, or the Guardian tunic? Champion tunic. That's what it's called. I don't even have it yet. I have the quest to get it, but I haven't actually gone to it. I probably should at some point. That might be an idea. So many things. So many distractions. A whole bunch of me just ignoring the main quest. For as long as physically possible. Okay, that I actually need to check the art. Where are you, Link? Not that design. That's not what I know. I'm looking. You mean there's a story in this game? I know, crazy, right? I would have had no idea. Okay. Well, they have pages for new outfit. Ah, there we go. Found it. Aha! I found the model sheet. There we go. I can actually see in better detail. I hope that doesn't close by itself. Please. Please stay open. Very handy to have, honestly. Just like, fuck actually looking up these references. They don't even exist online yet, I don't think. Not most of it, anyway. But yeah. Very glad I managed to cop this. Very cool. I have the art book for the first game as well. That's like the best art book I even have. It's so insanely detailed. I don't even know how they had that much to fit in, honestly. I mean, I do, but it's like, good lord. God, they did a lot of design work. I have a little small, not quite as detailed 3D model that I can look at and move around in my hands, but I also I have the model sheets right here. It's great. Didn't even know he has a little turtleneck. Hey Suki! Thanks for the raids! Hello, everyone. Hi. I don't know if you finished with art, but you were doing art when I checked. I hope that went well. whatever it was you were drawing. I didn't quite manage to see it. You did finish an art. Yee. I think I saw you post it on Twitter, but I didn't like it. I couldn't get the image to load. Looks good so far. Thank you. I have extensive reference material taking up so much of my desk space right now. Because I'm using the actual art book and also the amiibo instead of looking it up because I don't want to look it up. Just because I don't think most of it is online right now. But I have access to it, so I might as well use it. It makes my job slightly easier to just have it right there. I'll need to grab at least some of it from Google Images for color picking, because I'm not going to be able to get accurate colors if I take a photo, but you know. At least I think this is the final model. I'm pretty sure. Who needs accurate colors anywho? I need accurate colors for my peace of mind. Right, let's just lower down. Two. Making you want to play the game now? Do it. Play the game. It's great. Good fun for everyone. I didn't even notice the little shoulder piece there. Jeez. My phone not spaz out. Thanks. The charger is not the best. I put it on a charger just now. It's just like on and off and on with it. Off and on again from it. It's just like no, just stay on it, please. I really didn't even notice this little shoulder or chest thing for the shoulder plate. I mean, it makes sense. None of my 3 left Joy-Cons charge. It's so funny. We love this much. I love that. Mine don't stay connected in handheld mode. They, like, it's not even that they're, like, not physically connected. They'll just stop registering for a bit sometimes. I don't even know what the problem is. I don't know if it's a Joy-Con issue or a Switch issue or what. You're Snyder. Funky. Love that. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the Switch's little things. You have to attach them backwards on the right side to charge. What the heck? Huh. That's odd. It's very odd. Mine charge fine, luckily. But it is very annoying that they disconnect, and I kind of want to see if getting an extra pair to use instead will work better. But I don't know. Who knows? Oh, thank you for following, Shavon. Welcome, welcome. Trying to figure out how some of this is working with this positioning. It's a little difficult. Especially because I've added the cape thing on. Makes it even harder. It's pretty art, thank you! This is a full sketch, since, well, you guys will have missed it. I'm trying to go hardcore on, like, my illustrations right now. And I wanted to do a bit of a sillier, goofier one for Tears of the Kingdom, because I feel like that's the essence of the game, is just panic and fucking around. So, I thought that made the most sense as far as fan art would go for an illustration. So that's what I'm doing. And I have no idea how long I'm gonna stream myself doing this before I just die. I don't know. I was working on a reference sheet earlier as well. But I finished that. That's all done. I'll need to put it onto ArtFight later. But I didn't want to do that right now, because it can take a little while sometimes. I mean, it's mostly fine right now, I think, the site itself, because people haven't started, doing their last minute shit yet. People are doing, like, their preemptive pre-site crash stuff. So it's not quite as busy yet, but people are, like, actively on it. Which I can tell, because every time I edit something, I start getting comments again, because my stuff shows up on the front page, I guess. With, like, recent characters and stuff. Or people are, like, searching tags for stuff for people to potentially attack this year. Yeah. So... I can tell the site is getting a bit more active now, which is nice. Easy, can you not? Literally no reason for that to happen. Easy. Very cool composition. I love how he's flying on that thing. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet. It's the flyer? No, it's literally just called the wing. It's literally just called a wing. Actually. But it's like a little glider thing. It's one of the first things you get. Or, well, use. But it's very useful and very fun to glide around on them. I need to use them more. I kind of end up forgetting about them because half the time I just kind of like shoot myself up a tower. And then glide manually, but I feel like I would probably actually be better off using the wings more often instead of draining my stamina trying to get places. I actually have like control sticks now. Or access to them anyway. So I can actually like control where I go and stuff, which is nice. It's like a fun mechanic. It is. I need to use it more. Honestly. I'm just starting to get to the point that I actually remember the tools I have at my disposal. After like a solid probably 20 hours of playing already. Maybe not quite that long. I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure how much I've logged into it so far. But, like, I was consistently forgetting the ascend mechanic for a good while. Forgetting I had access to it, and I'm just getting to the point that I actually remember it exists. And I'm actually using it to get places sometimes, but I still kind of default to just climbing a lot of the time, even when I really don't need to, because it would be infinitely faster to just ascend. I wouldn't use up all my stamina. If there's a place I can actually ascend to, that is. A lot of the time there isn't, which is why I kind of forget. But I should really start using it more. Would probably be wise. And I'm just starting to get to the point that I actually remember it exists when I need it, so. Yeah. Finally. I'm actively remembering that reversal also works. I feel like that one is more limited uses though, unless you get really creative with it. But like the most I generally use it for is just stopping stuff in place so that it falls where I want it to. Is kind of the most I do. I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit more limited. I feel like I use the tools they give you a lot less than I did in Breath of the Wild. So I feel like I got to using stasis a lot in Breath of the Wild. I'd use, because I'd use that to actually search for, like, to double check if something was an active, enemy that I couldn't see. So I'd be able to tell if a chest was just a chest or if it was actually an Octorok, or if a rock was just a rock or if it was a Talos. Which was very helpful, and now I just have to use the camera instead, which still works, but I miss having stasis, and I miss the bombs, because now I have to actually break stuff with weapons. Never used the ice one as much, though, I suppose. That was also a lot more limited use. Although I would still use it to save stamina sometimes. But that was about it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I used those a lot more than I have used the stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. No bombs, no stasis. No. To be fair, reversal can somewhat do stasis in a way, but it's only for like a split second before it starts like reversing to its origin point. Because it stores like 30 seconds of movement. So I'll use it kind of as stasis just to keep it where it is. But like you can't store up energy or anything to launch it, you know? And you can't stasis enemies, obviously, because it doesn't exist. I don't think you can use reversal on enemies. I don't know if you can upgrade it at all, actually. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think you can. I wish you could, because I feel like, they advertised how, you could use reversal to get up high places with the rocks that fall, but I feel like it doesn't go high enough to be usable because it doesn't store enough time, which is kind of unfortunate. You say there's no Cryonis either? I will cry because I hate swimming. Yeah, there's no Cryonis. Not there. None of the old ones are there. But, to be fair, you don't have to swim because it's a lot easier to make rafts because you can just fucking pick up whatever the fuck and make it into a raft or a boat. So it's actually not too bad. I'll just like, half the time I'll just move a platform, and if there's no platforms like readily available, I'll just spawn a wing or something that floats and use that. I've done that a few times. Because you can collect little, like, gachapon machine, Zonai devices. But they're also just around the world as well. Like, they've made sure, it's really easy to find building materials around the world. which makes things a lot easier. So half the time I don't even have to like make my or spawn my own. But like there's options. Like if you don't want to swim, you don't have to swim. Which is very nice. Or you very rarely actually have to swim. Sometimes you might, you know. You can kind of just do whatever the fuck. I feel like it's even more open. Like, Breath of the Wild was really open, but I feel like Tears of the Kingdom is even more so, you know? Because there's a lot more, because you can just make whatever you need. Like, it's just there. There when you need it. And they make it quite easy to get stuff as well. Because they basically explicitly encourage finding alternate ways. Same as with Breath of the Wild. So, I love that shit. One of the Zonai devices you get really early is a portable cooking pot, but it turns out you can actually use it as a ball joint. Which was definitely something they, like, intended. Like, 100% they intended to make it double as a ball joint. I've never used it as an actual portable cooking pot, because I just go to an actual cooking pot. But I only found out recently that it functions as a ball joint, and I haven't really used it yet. But now I know, because someone mentioned it. Which is very cool. So there's a lot of options for building as well. Like, people have made some crazy shit, already. And I feel like as people explore it, like, people are basically doing, like, the same, well, not the same. They're doing similar to how, like, some people will go absolutely nuts with redstone in Minecraft. Like, there's people doing that with building stuff and just making some really impressive shit. And it's just like, I don't know how you're doing that. And at this point, I'm scared to ask. I'm just like, what level of... Like, you must have had to fuck around with this to even figure out that this would work. Or how it would work. Huh? That sort of shit. Some epic gamers out there. There really are. Some people I'm just like, just go do your engineering degree, man. You might as well at this point if you're doing this. It's like, goddamn. Like, people will do, like, as soon as you give gamers access to circuitry, the amount of shit they will do. Like, what the fuck? Just impressive. I could never, but... Wild. This is actually supposed to be quite even, apparently. Allegedly, according to this model sheet. It's also supposed to be quite square. Not that I'm showing the part that's supposed to be a bit more square, but... I build a fully working T-84 with redstone. Why aren't you working at NASA? Exactly, right? Just like, what? Huh? The working supercomputers and shit? Oh my god. Or like, someone made like a replica version of Pokemon Blue in Minecraft. I was like, what? What? And it worked. What was the most perplexing part was that it worked. Fully functional. It was just like, what? How? How'd you even do this? I feel like even the developers maybe don't know what they're actually, like, opening up, basically, when they make that opportunity. Like, Jesus. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe when I finish the game, I'll start fucking around trying to make some crazy shit, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I'd be able to figure out. I think I'd just get frustrated and stop, like, pretty quickly. I keep drawing this little insignia thing. Yeah, I struggled to build a redstone door, right? I'm just like, what? Like, there's been a few times in Minecraft where I've tried to build that, like, not really complicated things, but, like, somewhat sophisticated. You know, more than just, like, putting two things together. But, like, I could never get the circuits working properly as I wanted them. I really struggled to figure it out. I was just like, no, I'm not doing this shit. I can't do this. I'm just not built for it. The people who can do that stuff, I think they're just built different. Really. Just copy and paste this, actually. That might be easier. I think that's good enough. It'll work. Oh. That's fine. Something like that. Enough. Good enough. It's a little uneven, but I don't think it's gonna matter. That's way too close. Jeez. there's like another little thing. One little buckle. And strap? They're called straps. That's what they're called. I remembered. I know my words. Buckle's just like in the middle. Pretty much. Why does it go so far down when I'm just looking at the... I don't feel like I'm going that far down. No. Going off screen real quick. It's like a little... middle for some reason. Oh, wait. Oh, I understand it. I understand what's going on here. Because there's actually like a little... These are connected. There's just a strap in the middle. I understand now. Straps often confuse me. That'll do. Fine. This is like very intricate detail for something that barely shows up. You barely even see it when it's zoomed out. Oopsie. Okay. That's with his normal arm. Oops, how do I look at it? I need another reference for his other arm. Because that's the one I'm actually worried about. Because that's actually difficult. Mhm. I'll worry about the champion tunic design later. That's just gonna be a pain for the sake of being a pain. Mhm. Why am I hungry? I ate dinner. Why am I hungry? I shouldn't be hungry. Thanks, I hate it. I don't think I even have anything to really snack on. I maybe have like a packet of crisps or something, but I feel like this can be really noisy. I'm gonna try and at least finish the lining link before finishing stream. I think that would be quite a good goal to reach. At the very least.
Belt buckles are such a pain to draw. I don't know if I should finish the rest of the outfit itself now, or if I should do the arm. I'll do the rest of the outfit first, just so I don't have to find the page again later.
belts. Belts are really annoying sometimes, but there we go. I'm not entirely sure how the weight of chainmail would affect blowing in the wind. I mean, it wouldn't really, but I think it would give it a bit more motion. Have at least a little bit. Even if it's... as long as it's different from the grip itself, probably fine. Oh, come on. Ape.
Yes. Lonk. Just extend the trousers a bit longer, just in case the wing changes sizes when I end up cleaning up. Save me some pain. Why it shoots my model so far when I'm just looking at the... I feel like maybe a bit big, actually, now that I think about it. Let me make myself smaller. Well, I feel like that's a bit better. Perhaps. Unless you guys want me to be fucking huge on the screen. But I feel like it might have been a bit big there.
Where'd that come from? Oh wait. Cute. Oh, I guess this boot also has a seam on the side. Makes sense. To the reference for the arm. Because that's the part I'm worried about. What's the cheese page? Guess the arm reference is here. Kind of. I wonder if there's a better reference though. As I duck off the page. Or duck off the screen real quick. Because of the way my model's deciding to track me looking down. Kind of got it. Really. I just want to find full turnaround with the arm. I'm not sure they have it anywhere. I'm going to find it. Oh yeah, this book is rather awkwardly sized for like trying to like through it quickly. That's all. Oh. Dehydrated Ganon page. And hat. Can't find it. I just have to grab it off an output page. Figure it out. I thought that would be one of the things they would have to make a model shoot for. Like, specifically. Because it's a really complicated design for that arm, you know?
I'm kind of shocked that they don't seem to. Unless I've missed it, which is fully possible because I've been flicking through this rather oddly. Like, they have models for like really slight things that come up once in the game, I feel like. Like, I just saw something from like a single side quest. And yet... it's gotta be in here somewhere. Hum. Gotta be somewhere. Come on. Really? No? Okay, damn. I'll fucking figure out with this, I guess. I guess I'll just use a fucking amiibo on this page to try and figure it out. Best I got. That's kind of surprising though. I would have thought they might have had like a little turnaround for the arm by itself, but they don't. That's not to overcomplicate the base shape. Oh. I think I thought we just got back. Probably that was like a specific thing. I guess I just missed out in the color blocking or bone blocking. I don't know what to call it. And now, Faye getting revenge on a Korok. I actually haven't gotten revenge on any Koroks, to be honest. The most I've done is Bonk. Oh, I'm not sure if I said it, but the chibi model is adorable. Thank you! Not really chibi, to be honest. More just a funnier style. but it has shrank me quite a bit. Just still don't have a Switch. Tragic. Rest in peace. Keep that there. Like that. Let me figure out where all the little fucking ring things are. Flatmate came in. Rip, I'm always reminded with each new Switch game that I gave it away. Rest in peace. I'm just like moving this amiibo around trying to figure out the ring placement. It's much easier than looking on the little model that has shading on it. Because it's just screenshots of the 3D model. I can get details off of that later. Kind of block in like the actual rings. Well, maybe perhaps this is intended to just hop around, I think, maybe? He's just also now on my bed.
He just refused to leave. Came in with my flatmate and then refused to leave. Oh, now he chooses to leave, of course. After I call him the fuck out. What a silly little man. Funny guy. Maybe Rara's page is better look at the time. Now that I think about it. Wherever Rara's page is. That I kind of lose it. You make it really fucking complicated, man. Jesus. Oh, they have a model sheet for the fucking magic stick thing. But not for this really complicated looking arm. No. Not particularly helpful. Okay. Okay. Just try to figure it out then, I guess. Oh, I just accidentally merged these layers, but that's okay. No overheating. I can't win. It was freezing earlier, now I'm overheating, and it's pain. I feel like this would be a lot more readable if I could just take away the fucking shadows. Take them away. Remove them. No need for them. Heart has a thing. Really difficult to tell, honestly.
Oh, don't fall. Don't fall. Please. Ah! What did I just say? Why did it? It looks cool, but I'm gonna go close my door real quick. Here we go.
I'm dizzy. I don't know why I'm dizzy. Don't much appreciate it though.
It's occurred to me that I've probably done this backwards a bit. Hmm. Hmm. Whatever. No, actually, no. That would be the right way around. Never mind. It's fine. Trying to like turn things around in my head real quick. But no, it makes sense. Difficult. This is really fucking difficult. I don't know why they have to overcomplicate the design so much. Makes me want to cry. Like, I want to draw my nice banner, man. Gotta make it difficult. I do love that with Tears of the Kingdom. They saw how annoyed people got about rain in Breath of the Wild and were just like, okay,
let's make a solution. We're gonna make it really annoying to get. Let's just make anti-slip potions. Yeah. That'll work. I really want that frog outfit though. Desperately want it. Like, please, sir, give it to me. I want it so bad. This needs to be a lot longer. Not make that little tangent, that's not great. Yeah, who cares if this isn't entirely accurate here? There's like no fucking reference material anyway. That's the best I'm gonna get it, I think.
Don't pour out, Becky. Please stay upright.
Okay, whatever. Who cares? Oh, my hand is really shaky right now. Shaky. Maybe that'll help. I'm not overheating. No, not merging when I'm not wanting you to. Please. Mm. Water. I might go get myself some juice real quick though. In a moment. I might go get myself some juice real quick. Kinda dizzy. I wonder if I just need some sugar. I'm also a little bit shaky, which would kind of make sense. Everything okay? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of dizzy. I think I just need to get some sugar, so I might just go grab some. Okay, well, actually. I don't know. It's not gonna take long. Just see me from across the room. I should edit for 4-ish hours, maybe time for rest. Yeah, maybe. I'm not tired though. Busy. For some reason. And yeah, my model flips out like that sometimes. When I'm not there, it's just like, where are you? Where'd you go? Especially if it's tracking me off screen, because it does that. Like, the tracking goes really far across the room, but, like, it loses accuracy. As it goes, for some reason. Well, not for some reason, just because it can't see my facial features properly. Like, it detects them, but it's like, I think it's here. I don't like these motion lines as much. I want better motion lines. I think it was literally just that I needed some sugar. I feel a little better already. I'll grab like a proper snack after I finish. I don't want to crunch too loud on the mic. But it's also kind of hard to eat while drawing, I feel like, you know. Unless it's like a one-handed snack, but it's not really the case with what snacks I do have. It's a very limited amount right now, actually. Basically, like, I have a pack of crisps. Hmm. Now I start feeling cold again. I really can't win. I love the temperature of my flat. It's god awful at all times. There's no winning ever. You know what? It's fine enough. Not entirely accurate, but it'll do. Like, extend these a little bit. Accurate enough. I want the bag to be pudgy. Little stick. Okay, where the hell is the wing page again? Okay. Horrible. Where the hell is it? know it's around here somewhere. I think it's later in the book. Where are you? Where are the... There you are. This needs to be a bit higher up. A little low, I feel like. There we go. Good enough. Can deal with the patterns in a bit. It's like its own little problem. Yeah, seems good art, right? Not actually even higher. Actually.
Eat this a little bit.
I love cheating. Like, no, I won't redraw that. I'll just figure it out. I'll just copy and paste it. It's fine.
Easy.
Saves me a few seconds, please. Probably do.
Replacement. I think. Tick, 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 tick.
Name it. Okay, and now the part I've been dreading, the actual patterns. The patterns on this fucker. Knock you off again.
Even model is insanely cute, by the way. Thank you. Woo.
Oh boy, the pattern's good luck. I know. At least I have, like, I don't have to get up in game or something. I can just grab it in the art book. It's infinitely easier. But it is a pain. I want like a little rim around it. I feel like. Ah, layer. Back to layer there. The rim should come by itself anyway by doing the patterns. I mean, to be honest, the patterns for the wing are like significantly easier than trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with Raoru's arm. There's at least a clear way of doing the sides here. Like, the pattern is at least really obvious, it's just annoying to draw, honestly. About it.
Rara's arm is more complicated because it's like it's actually three-dimensional, whereas at least the patterns on the wing are just flat. Just way easier. Way more forgiving. And also it's symmetrical with the wing, at least. That's an extra little bonus. Wow. Go. Does not have to be perfect. So inspirational. I mean, I'm good enough for 4 years of studying it, I suppose. And hopefully employable. I hope.
have been told a few times recently that apparently my illustrations would probably sell quite well at the con. That's why I kind of want to sell at the con. But, you know, I have to actually build up stock for that. I mean, the prints I sold at the Gracia shop did surprisingly well. Not as good as like the merch for actual like art films that we had, but I wasn't expecting to outsell those by any means. You know? I might need to match this side. Okay. That works. That works perfectly fine. Creative liberty. Flash assumptions. For a very small detail that would absolutely not be noticed. Slightly. Very slightly. My wrist is starting to tighten up a bit. Ugh. No, not too bad yet. I think I can probably manage to finish lining this wing.
I've drawn through worse hand pain. I can deal with this much. But thank you for believing in me. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's that little symbol. I'm gonna go off it. Close enough. I'm not gonna stress too much over that one. Oops.
Wait. Shiver of fear went through me when the song started. Why? It's just this horse song. Or did you mistake it for the Guardian theme? My flatmate did that once, so I had to like insist like, no, it's the writing theme. I know for a fact it's the writing theme. It sounded like the Guardian theme. Okay, for it to be a little more out there in the actual fighter. Slightly off model is fine. It's recognizable and I don't think anyone will actually notice, honestly. I'm probably being anal over details for no reason. But I want it to be pretty. And at least somewhat accurate. Attention to detail. You know? I sure would like for my hand to stop cramping up. That would be nice. Like, I know damn well you can do a bit more hand. I know this. I've tested it. Tried and tested. Started drinking. Drinking what? And your whole body relaxes without you knowing. Alcohol. Well, I got that much. I knew that. And more so, what specifically? You don't know. Fair enough. Understandable. Strawberry daiquiri. Oh, those are good. I like those. I like daiquiris. I like cocktails in general. I'm a cocktail person. I need my alcohol tastes at least mostly like juice. I need it to taste enough like juice that I could ignore the taste of alcohol. Although, I don't drink often in general. But... I mean, I can take a little bit of tasting like alcohol, just not too much. I just need it to be enough that I could ignore it, you know? Like, a Long Island iced tea, I can tolerate the taste of alcohol in, you know? Because it tastes enough not like that for me to ignore it. Just shut up. It's fine. I redeemed the coffee faster redeem. Would you do the low tier god authors? Which one is that? I don't know that one. I feel like I would be worried about. Yeah, I feel like I'd be worried about getting a ban with that one. That's a few words you would have to skip. Yeah. I feel like more so the context could quite possibly also be an issue. That would not look favorably upon me. I don't know how to read this, because I have not, in fact, watched Dragon Ball, but... Then something just snapped. Something inside of me. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being a Super Saiyan. I didn't care if I lived. I didn't care about anything. And then, it happened. Does that work? Is that good enough? Good enough. Hell yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. At all times. Just good enough. A passing grade is a passing grade. C's get degrees is the saying here. This is true. C's do get degrees. I say, as I've just gotten myself a first class degree somehow. Or first class honors. But I would have happily taken second class. I didn't think I was gonna get first class. But I guess I have that bragging right now. Like, ooh, look at me. Wow, look. I went to fucking really well-known art school and got a first-class honors degree. Look at me. Whoa. It's like the best. That's all I get out of it. That's literally it. I'm not doing a fucking master's. No way in hell. I don't think you could pay me to do a master's at this point. So humble, I know, right? I have to get something out of it, man. I gotta get something out of it. Keep thinking about a master's history degree. I mean, you're probably... I'd assume you're probably more willing to write than I am for a history degree. And I think the trauma of the first 4 years makes me not want to. Yeah, that's also fair. See, I could stomach the learning. The learning is actually my favorite part for animation. However, I don't want to write another fucking essay ever. Ever again. I'm done. I'm done with it. I don't want to do research. I don't. There'll be so many more essays. Learning is fun, the work is stupid. Yes, exactly. You understand. I can't do more essays. I cannot take it. I would rather die. I would rather die than have to write another fucking dissertation. My last 2 months of my history degree was like 40 pages of writing a week. Yeah, I'm very glad, that, my last couple of months for animation was just crunch. And that was it, and that was fine. I could deal with that. I mean, it wasn't the best, but like, I kind of signed up for it. So I could take it, and I handled it, and then I just kind of died on the last day of it. My animations are so good. I am finally quite happy with my, well, reasonably happy with my ability to animate. Like, right in that last semester, I was like, okay, I'm finally happy with this. There was a while that I fucking hated my animations because, like, these don't look good. These don't look like how I want them to look. And then I finally got them to look how I wanted to look. Like, my third eye fucking opened in that last semester. And I figured it out. And I'm much happier with it now. The third eye. I know. Just literally, like, last minute. Like, I figured it out. I know what I'm doing. And everything I did before that point, I kinda hate. At least somewhat. Some of it is, like, alright enough, it's passable. Passable enough to go in my portfolio. But it's like, those will be the first ones taken out once I get more and need to cut stuff out. Wow, I'm just like completely free to like, I can stream as long as I fucking want. I have nothing to do until like near the end of the month. Like there's nothing. I'm free. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Oh yeah. See you, Grill-san. Good night. Just go. Just keep going. It's 2 a.m., but I can keep going. It's fine. There's nothing stopping me. What the fuck? Like, any work I'm doing tomorrow will literally just be on this anyway. If at all. It's just like, damn, I can really just do this. A good feeling. I'm not sure I'd call it a good feeling, it's just kind of like a whoa. There's nothing stopping me right now. Because I don't have a job. That's a problem for a later day, though. That's the problem for not 2 a.m. You know? Job schmob. Who needs one? To be fair, freelancing is a perfectly viable option. And I entirely intend on trying to do that, I think. For now, anyway. How much for chibi model? I'm trying to plan that out, in my head. I don't actually remember what my normal models go for, because it's so long. I changed the prices on them, I'm pretty sure. So I need to look at that and go backwards. But I'm thinking both, like model art and rigging together. I was just curious if I thought it out yet. Right now what I'm thinking is like 600 for both model art and rigging, 300 for just the model art was what I was thinking, but I don't know yet. I'm not setting that in stone. I will not set that in stone until like right at the moment I actually open it. Yeah, they'd be cheaper, but they wouldn't be that much cheaper. It'd still take time. Too poor, understandable. I would also be too poor, to be honest. That's kind of why I need to open them. That's why I make models and not buy them. So true, bestie. Exactly. I'm fully capable of doing it myself, so I will, because I can't afford to have someone else do it. As much as sometimes while I'm rigging or making a model, God, I wish someone else would just make it for me. But alas, money. No, why am I trying to redraw that? I'll just stretch it over. Done. Easy. I feel like, for me, at least a significant amount of the cost for VTuber models, or even for commissions in general, is just for like the sheer amount of time it takes to communicate sometimes, because oh my god. I've had some nightmare commissions in regards to that, where it's just like they'll be perfectly pleasant, but they take so long to get back that like I'm waiting like a week and it's just like I could be doing other stuff in this time. It's like, I understand why sometimes it takes a while, but ooh. It's like its own thing. Like, becomes a bit of a pain. Like, you have to be nice and be patient. Yeah. But sometimes it gets a little bit like, just get back to me, please. I'm tired of waiting. I need to move on. I need to do other stuff. Communication is so hard. Also trying to be professional in like an email is so difficult as well. Like, I know how to write a professional email, but sometimes it is a bit of, like, it spends so long looking at it, and then, like, you get a response back, and it's just, like, the most casual thing. It's like, okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. I spent all that time anxiously writing and rewriting this email. Just for... Great! I'm just like, okay. I'm trying to stay as accurate as I can to the pattern. If you had a job, I'd buy a printer this for show. I actually don't know if I'm gonna start selling prints online or not. I need to figure out, like, logistics. Because I don't want to use, like, Redbubble and shit anymore. I hate it. I hate it so much. And, like, I can actually get stuff professionally printed now. But then there's, like, shipping costs to different places that I have to look into. And I also have to get, like, packaging. I have some packaging, but I think it would only be big enough for, like, an A5 print. So that's, like, its own thing as well. Albeit packaging is not, like, the most expensive. And it's, like, figuring out how to price things. I also just, I don't know, like, I guess Ko-fi works, I suppose. You could do orders on Ko-fi. So maybe I'd just do that. Might work. Who knows? This is not entirely accurate, because this should actually be shorter than this one. But I need to start an art company with other artists for a very own storefront. I mean, yeah. But there's places. I do think Ko-fi would probably be one of the better options available. I don't know though. At least off the top of my head. I'm really gonna have to look around. To be like, where's a good place to sell prints? That I'm making myself, because I no longer trust places to print my art properly, like in the proper colors, without me actually like being like, yeah, this is fine. Like next time I get shit printed, I'm 100% doing a test print first, because oh my god. I'm gonna make this one up because it's not correctly sized, but I can't be bothered trying to fix that. Oh. Wrong. That'll do. That's fine. Good enough. Again, not accurate, but it's fine. Oh. Oh.
Yappy.
You're very welcome. Always makes your day. I'm glad me being cringe makes your day. Oops. Ooh. That wasn't meant to happen. Maybe cringe, but it's cute. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it's something, at least. And then erase. Yippee. And then fucking cheat. I ain't doing that shit again. It works. Good enough. Good enough for me. Don't think I'll bother with the rest of the detail on that. Okay. That was done. I think I will leave it there for now. Because, oof, ouch. And also, I really need to go to the bathroom. So I figure I may as well finish up here. Well, thank you all for coming. Came for a little bit or a lot of it. Either way, I appreciate it. Hopefully I will be able to stream much more now. It's just a case of whether I actually decide to or not, I suppose. But yeah, thank you. Good night. Bye-bye.